Hello, friends. We are finally back with Elden Ring. Good to see you, the Miss and C fan, and Chris. Glad to have you back. I know you're the real heads because, the Awakening stream pulls 200 people, and the random Elden Ring DLC stream from like a year and 3 months after it came out pulls like 5. So, congrats, you're part of the elite. Should have a fun time tonight, though. So I have not played this in a while. Hope I'm not too rusty. Last time we beat Mohg and then went into the Land of Shadow and ran around the Graveside Plain and then went into Belurat Tower Settlement, beat the Divine Beast Dancing Lion, and then I think ran around and talked to some NPCs for a bit. And now we are across the bridge in front of Castle Insis, and what we'll be doing is fighting our way up there and then exploring Shadu Altus and maybe the Shadow Keep. We'll see how far we get today. I don't really know. But should be a fun time, and we'll fight a major boss pretty quickly. I hope that Rellana doesn't own me too hard. But we'll find out. I need to, when I load back in here, I need to go check on what I've got equipped, because I am not totally sure how I have everything set up. It's been a while, like I said. So I have the storm set up. So I've got Stormcaller on my Great Katana with the Enraged Divine Beast Talisman, Millicent's Prosthesis, Winged Sword Insignia, and Shard of Alexander. Okay, so maximum Stormcaller damage, basically. And let's see, what else? The Serpent God's Curved Sword, which gives me HP regen with every kill. I did play this, off stream, not this save file, but a different save file, several weeks ago, and I experimented with using the Sacrificial Axe as an offhand weapon instead, because that gives you 4 FP with every kill, which is really nice for exploration, it turns out. So, especially when I'm not carrying the Blessed Blue Dew Talisman to get some FP regen, I think it can be really nice for just sustaining me as I run around the world. And I've got Rykard's Great Rune, so I'm still getting the HP restoration from kills from that. I don't remember. I did go get the Spelldrake Talisman. Okay. I went down under the bridge and checked out that side room there. God, the Great Katana does a ton of stance damage. It was 4 light attacks and 1 hit from my skill. Really like the kind of light lavender palette you've got at nighttime here in the Land of Shadow. At least this part of it. I just think it looks really cool. It's a lot like Liurnia, I guess. Small complaint about it, you can't really see stuff at night. That's true. It's not... Visibility's not always the greatest. trying to remember. Oh yeah, okay, that's the fog rift fort. We'll be up there in a bit. First, kill you two. 3. You have any thoughts on FE Shadows? Yeah, I mean, I've seen some impressions from other Fire Emblem YouTubers about it, and they seem really negative on the whole game. I don't think it's a masterpiece or anything, but I was surprised by how fun it could be. It is a little bit strange having a sort of social deduction game that only has 3 people. And I don't think the game really properly emphasizes that aspect of it. Like, I've read or seen responses from people who think like it doesn't matter what happens in the first round, which isn't true, or like it doesn't matter if you get caught or not, which also isn't true. But it's very much not like normal Fire Emblem gameplay. There are definitely tactical elements. But it's very different because like the turn-based stuff barely matters. Character designs are definitely, you know, for a particular crowd. Oh, I'm busy talking. Started rolling too much. Which may or may not be your thing. I won't cast aspersions if it is. There's some stuff that I don't love about the visual design elements, like, I think like this is probably a performance thing to make sure it works well on kind of crappy phones and stuff, but the ultra simplified chibi style character models on the actual maps, I don't think are very cool or good looking. Units moving on their own has almost the same problems as green units. That is a real annoyance, especially when, say, your character decides to walk around the perimeter of the map and then the enemy they were walking to died and now you're just over there doing nothing for several turns. That's why mobility spells are actually way more important than I think most people who are responding to the game realize. God, Black Knights are annoying. I roll way too early all the time. Should just play Elden Ring. I abandon here the flesh of my body. Cool, Miquella. Lena Dimitri's personas look really off to you. I don't think I've actually seen Lynn's in action yet. I have unlocked Dimitri and played as him. And it's just kind of whatever. I was intrigued by Prince Kurt's whole deal for a while because well, I guess I'll just describe it. Like, Kurt is identified as explicitly male in his introduction, He's the prince and the last like male heir of his dead father, so he's the only one who preserves a claim to the throne. You have to be. It's a apparently a kingdom that has agnatic succession, so no women inheriting. But Kurt presents as very strongly feminine, and has his chest wrapped in beast form and everything. But it turns out that it's the story is, and you find this out relatively quickly. It's just that Kurt is a woman who is pretending to be a man because of the inheritance laws of her country. Which I think is a kind of interesting plot. Although it could have been also cool to have like actual trans representation too. But it does feel like it's way too much of a political intrigue for a mobile game. Like they're not. That's not going anywhere interesting anytime soon. And I actually kind of wish that they had a concept like that in a real game. So, I don't know. Like, I think it's a kind of cool conceit for a Fire Emblem story. It's just, I don't feel like I'm not going to play this game enough to really see how they follow through on it. And if they do, I can't imagine it's going to be all that impressive. And also, and so this is like the first time I've ever put any amount of time into any Fire Emblem game. I was just, because I like social deduction games, and I like Fire Emblem, I was like, I'll give it a shot. I was really disappointed to find out that the story is just like dialogue cutscenes. Like there is no, beyond the introduction, like the tutorials, which last for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so and go through a bunch of different stages for you to learn the controls and things. There are no story battles. All of the actual gameplay is in the multiplayer matchmaking mode, which is fine from the standpoint of just making it, like having an identity as a multiplayer game. But then like having to unlock literal plot coupons from each battle you complete, and then just redeeming those to watch basically support conversations is not that thrilling. Just double checking things. I think I passed something I want to go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I missed a secret item around here. You don't know why they showed you fighting Skull, and going into the first trader fight, I was learning how to find trader because we know. Yeah, I mean that was pretty obvious. I mean, I'm okay with them not making it too hard to figure it out on the tutorial. All we get for our little adventure here is a bunch of glint slab fireflies. Those are used in the recipe for royal magic grease, which we just got from the chest in this room. That's just an upgrade to regular magic grease. I think it's like 120 magic damage instead of 85. I don't really understand how the drawstring greases are maybe something else, but the regular weapon greases, I don't really understand what their gameplay function is meant to be this late in the game, because they're way weaker than like even a basic spell that does a weapon buff, like Scholar's Armament. If you upgrade your Demi-Human Queen Staff to plus 25 and you've got like 13 magic or whatever the requirement is, you will get more damage out of that than you will from Royal Magic Grease. So it seems like it only really makes any kind of sense on builds that have absolutely no investment in int or faith at all, but also aren't doing, and also not arcane, because if you're doing like occult or blood infusions or something, then you can't apply the greases. So, and I recognize there's a lot of PvP stuff where people play that way, so maybe it's just for moderate level PvP stuff where you just don't ever put anything in faith or int. But for PvE gameplay, I don't really think it makes sense for any kind of build to not have like at least a modest amount of faith for all the utility that can offer. Sometimes you forget to look at the scenery in these games, but man, it's cool to see these waterfalls and the shadow keep in the distance below the Scadutree. Wow. I don't like the disappearing mages in this game. Be glad to get rid of them. Your melee build in Elden Ring isn't super good compared to hybrid or full magic. I agree. Like, just having 15 faith unlocks things like Flame Grant Me Strength, or like just like a really, really useful reusable buff. You don't have to farm. You don't have to farm materials to craft items for that. And Flame Cleanse Me, so you can get rid of Scarlet Rot, which is a real problem. And a whole bunch of, like, heal, so you can kill Revenants and patch yourself up for cheap. There's just the various, like, basic fortification spells to protect yourself from elemental attacks. Like, those are all really cheap investments that can dramatically improve your damage output. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to go no magic stats of any kind unless that's just how you want to play, which is fine. Just not from a game balance perspective. I don't really understand it. I'm going to prep now because we're going to fight mini boss here. It's Moonrithil Carrion Knight, brother of Moongrum or something. He just does jump attack spam over and over. Moonrithil's sword is the exact same as a Troll Knight sword, but it has, I think it's Great Blade, or a version of Great Blade Phalanx, Tremendous Phalanx. I forget which skill the Troll Knight sword has, but it's something kind of bad. So basically, I think they added Moonrithil's sword to the DLC as a way of apologizing for the bad skill they put on the original version of it. Oh, America, I beg, embrace your child and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? This is a Mesmer soldier, so he's praying on behalf of his lord, the Sun America, to get a sign to come back to the lands between. All night is some sort of roar. That sounds about right. Oh. What we just picked up was Rellana's cameo, which gives you a 45% damage bonus on skills that involve holding a stance if you hold that stance for at least 1 second. It's pretty crazy, especially with, say, Unsheath or Transient Moonlight on the Moonveil. Or we just got the Milady, the Light Greatsword, the only infusible Light Greatsword. And we'll get a skill for that in a second, exclusive to the Milady, that is also a stance that can benefit from Rellana's cameo. Storehouse says, Milady is so cool, but I like the Great Katana's practicality a lot more. I have used the Milady a bit on my other characters, and I find it so far more fun to play with than the Great Katana. But I also don't know if maybe there's something I could do with the Great Katana that's, more exciting than Stormcaller. Glintblade Trio is a pretty cool spell. That's the enhanced version of Magic Glintblade, I think it's called. The spell that the prisoner starts with, where you summon a Glintblade and it appears after several seconds, depending on how long you charge the attack, and then fires. Which, because of the delay, it makes it so that enemies don't really respond to it. So it's very effective. Alba, you did all your DLC RL1s with Milady. Very cool. I've yet to do an RL1. Maybe I should. Maybe my expectations are too high, but it feels kind of bad that a backstab, a sneak attack on a generic soldier, does not kill in one hit with this weapon. It is true that I don't have absurd dexterity. I only went to basically the second soft cap and not the third one. So maybe that has something to do with it. I really do love how enemy dogs are not a problem with Stormcaller on. You need the Great Rune to use it. Couldn't you also run, like, let's see here, Milady... Where are you? Takes 12 strength and 17 dex. Couldn't you also run Radagon, Sword Seal, and Millicent's Prosthesis? Mesmer soldiers are also built different. That's true. Look front. Could also do Okina Mask for the decks. There's some crazy headgear for stats in the DLC, right? I think there's one that gives 5 strength, one that gives 5 dex, and then one that gives 4 strength, 4 dex, and one that's 3 strength, 3 dex. Like, you wouldn't even need the Sword Seal if you ran the Divine Beast Helm, I think it is, and Millicent's Prosthesis. But of course you can't get that till like the end of the DLC. You could crouch poke cheese these shield knights with great katana, really funny. I have seen that. I think there's a couple different bosses you can do that too, not just the Black Knights and the Black Knight bosses. This area continues the traditional Elden Ring architecture where you have to make an insane jump from a balcony to get to a special location. Ash of War Wing Stance. Only usable on light greatswords, which means literally just Milady. And my god, they are showing the figure in this picture is cheeked up. You are quite naked. I guess all that we can do here is drop down where that... Yeah. I guess we can fight the Black Knight again, why not? It's not like it's hard. Can't I... What am I in combat with? Okay, thank you, game. I don't want to take the elevator again. Okay, so we're at the end of Castle Ensis. Next is the boss fight, and I actually don't know how well Stormcaller will perform in this, but I'll give it a try. And also, we're going to summon our new friend Needle Knight Letta. My experience with this fight has been that this is definitely one of those NPC summons that make it way harder. I don't think Letta really carries her weight in this battle. And if you inflict certain debuffs on Rellana, Letta's weapon skill will eliminate those, which is annoying. Dodge it in time. I was dodging all those fire spouts so well. God, Rellana's swords are cool. I'd love to do an In Faith run at some point because both the Rellana's Twin Blades and the Sword of Night and Flame are just such awesome weapons. Was greedy. This boss is some of my favorite dodge punishes in the game. Yeah, I think. So I admit I am not very good at fighting Rellana. But there, I think when you're fighting her solo, there's a ton of cool stuff you can do. That just works way differently when she's randomly attacking other people. I've never tried to parry her, which I think I might consider doing at some point if this doesn't go great the next few attempts. Nice, let up. Thought I was dead. I learned how to jump. All right. That was honestly not too bad. I was a little worried I would struggle with that. Was that second try? I think it was second try. Very cool. How'd you get so many runes for bosses in the DLC? 180,000 from Rellana. Before we move on, I want to go upgrade the Milady, so we'll set that up. And maybe we'll give that a try for a bit. And you know what? Let's go for it. Let's make it plus 25. Kind of crazy that the scaling doesn't get better than E and C at plus 25, actually. Oh, because I haven't infused it. Makes sense. Okay, Ashes of War, Milady. Where is it? Wing Stance. We'll go. Ian should be the best. Although honestly, it's not by a ton compared to standard. But still noticeably. Okay. And equip that. The thing I like most about the Milady is just how smooth its attacks are. And also, I don't think Electrify Armament really shows this off, but with Dollar's Armament or certain greases, it just looks so beautiful. Like, with the, you know what, let's, I probably won't use these, so let me just, buy one. Got that Royal Magic Grease. Check this out. God, that's pretty. Maybe I have to craft a bunch of that just to enjoy this effect. Let's compare though. So I have okay, so maybe I was slightly overstating the difference between weapon buffs at low level and the grease effect. So the Royal Magic Grease gives 120 magic damage. My Godslayer's seal at plus 24 has 188 incant scaling, which I believe will convert to, should be 3/4. So that's, what is it? 47 times 3 is 141 damage. So it's 21 more damage using Electrify Armament with my Godslayer's seal than using the Grease. Right? Yes. So it is competitive, I guess, if you compare to having, say, like 15 faith, or 17, or whatever the minimum is for Electrify Armament. The buff does cost no crafting resources. Yes, that's very true. Okay, so we're going back to Kansas Moon-Gazing Grounds, and we'll be able to emerge north from there to Shadow Altus. I will eventually get a better seal than the Godslayer's seal here in the DLC. Because for whatever reason they power crept. Well, at least for low level stuff, it gets power crept. Low faith stuff, it gets power crept by the Dryleaf seal, but we're not going to grab that for a little while.
Hello again. Did you meet my
Letta, thanks for helping.
They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living God.
Hey, Alchemy Knight. Things have been going well so far. I was afraid that beating Castellensis would take a while, but we beat Rellana on the second try.
Wondering about the hornsent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the tower folk. A cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the hornsent holds the Erdtree in contempt.
Really funny that we're standing face to face like this and Letta doesn't suspect anything about me. I'm anything other than a servant to Miquella. Girl, just look in my eyes.
They just happen to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
It's a, given the way people act in this world, kind of a remarkable amount of sympathy to show for the poor hornsent, Letta.
Wondering about the hornsent, true enough. Long ago, a cleansing's no wonder that
Monk's Missive. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. Cool.
You have a knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this.
Thanks, Mr. Hornsent. We've got more crosses. Maybe I can... the mouse pointer for this. We came up through Castle Insis and arrived at a cross here. We've got new ones. I believe this one is freshly marked, southeast of Castle Insis, and then there's this one to the east here in Shadow Altus, and then one at the Shadow Keep to the northeast.
Miquella has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Erdtree's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross, which is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Erdtree faithful.
Okay, go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. Got it. I don't think we checked the cross here. I abandon here my heart. Seems kind of important. Scadutree Blessing 6. This area is kind of funny because we just had the grace at the moon gazing grounds, and then we get one right outside here, and then there's another one just around the stream to the west, this way. There's some spots in the DLC where I wonder why in the world they have so many graces so close together, and then there are others where it's like, God, this is so far apart. Although those instances are much rarer. They were just pretty generous grace locations in the Land of Shadow, I think. Not as bad as the atrocious one in DS3, where you can see the other bonfire literally on screen like 15 seconds walk away. There's a bunch that make me kind of laugh in Elden Ring. Like, probably the earliest example, when you beat Margit, there's a grace in his arena, and there's another one at the top of the stairs in front of the gate in Stormville. So it's like, what's the point of this? Wing stance is cool because you can attack more or less continuously with the take the stance and then you just hit R1 over and over. But of course it doesn't really work well against boss enemies who aren't stunned by it because they will recover and hit you, so you can't just spam it like that. But really sick for dealing with crowds of lesser enemies. That Phantom Troll Knight drops 9 Smithing Stones 8. So 9 out of the 12 you need to upgrade to get the last levels of upgrades on regular smithing weapons. It's as if he was here to help you upgrade your milady or something. Also, now that I'm using milady, I should switch to Rellana's cameo. Quick detour back into Castle Ensis. Some extra stuff, including another sword with really unique properties. The Carrion Sorcery Sword is the only weapon in this game that can be used at, well, that I guess technically the game considers Sacred Seals and Glintstone Staffs to be weapons, but it's the only proper weapon in the game that can be used to cast spells, because it doesn't have strong attacks, the R2s. You use R2 to cast whatever spell you have equipped instead. It's in a kind of weird spot when you think about what builds it works with, because it's worse than regular Glintstone staves at least one Glintstone staff at every imaginable amount of intelligence you might have. So I think the main niche it has is if you're doing a sword and board, like Mage Knight kind of thing, where you say want to parry with Carrion Retaliation and be able to fight with your sword and then also be able to spellcast without changing weapons. That's a cool way to play. I've seen some really awesome videos people have done with it, but I don't think it's exactly efficient. I want to go through that portal, but first... This is another thing that annoys me about the design of some parts of this game, but especially in the DLC. There's a lot of random stuff just tucked in ledges and out of the way places where your best bet is to drop down and then just work back where you were. The places we just dropped down to get the sorcery sword and that one item by the gravestone there, the Grave Bloodwort, do let you drop down into Castle Ensis again, but there's not really an advantage to be gained by doing so. Although I guess if you haven't gone through Castle Insis and you're approaching from the north, that's a way to get in without having to go through Rellana's arena backwards. You can't enter Rellana's room from the back, can you? You have to go down and then enter from the intended direction, I think. So maybe I withdraw my criticism of those two ledges. It's more reasonable than I first thought. Just use the long-lost fourth belfry, or I guess it's the fifth belfry, to travel across the map to a new location in the ancient ruins of Rao. So very much like all the other spots that the original four belfries send you to, this is an isolated section. You can't make progress from here. Like you can't get up the higher areas here where you need to go to get to the final areas of the DLC. So it's just a preview. Pretty sick one though. I think Ancient Ruins of Rao is a really cool area to visit. And one of the prettiest areas of the DLC as a whole. Nice drops, a Somber 8 and a Somber 9. I guess the other advantage of coming here is you can farm that Divine Bird Warrior for his armor too. Including his helmet, which I think is that the +5 strength one? Or is it the +5 dex one? I think it's one of the two. Just realized I forgot. When we went to the Round Table Hold, not only did we upgrade the Milady, we should have gone to turn in our remembrance from Rellana as well. So, neither of these are things we really have the stats for. Definitely not the 72 end. But I'll take the Twin Blades. In theory, I could just use an Intelligence Knot Crystal tier to get the 16 int I need for it, but I don't expect to use this ever. Not on this character. Oh, and also, I can buy Rellana's armor. Which is a pretty nice set. It has no special benefits, but it does have 51 total poise, which is the most important breakpoint for PvE stuff. Unfortunately, it's not especially weight efficient for that 51 poise, but it does look really cool. Okay, so next up we're going to explore the rest of Shadow Altus, at least this western area, and for that we're first going to get the map for the area. And I forgot, I should also make it nighttime. Fair flying. See that damage though? feel like the heavy attack on horseback comes out a lot quicker than other weapons. I'm just used to having more of a charge time on it. And in lag is pretty fierce. Funny thing about having the sacrificial axe on is you just kill random wildlife to get FP back. Wow. Poor Queeline never stood a chance. Aw, my boy. You really have been forsaken by America. One blessed bone shard, thank you. Those are used to craft the Golden Vow consumable, which I wish was easier to farm stuff for, because then it would take no wait to cast Golden Vow on all my characters that don't have any faith. Wouldn't have to have a dagger or something with it. I mean, it's somewhat farmable, but just not trivial. Any more bone shards around here? I think so. Yeah. Second. Okay. Oh, here it is. There is a forager here who is... I think the concept is he's supposed to be cold and shivering. I don't really know how you're supposed to deduce that that's what's happening and what to do with this. I don't think there's anything in the game that suggests to you how you can help this guy, but if you use either a warming stone or a sun warmth stone, which is like the upgraded DLC version of it, but I think not the frenzy flame stone, but I guess I'll try. Yeah, sadly he does not respond to the flame or frenzy. But if you use a warming stone or a sun warmth stone, then you can warm the poor guy up and he'll give you items. Oh, that's bright. Okay, so sadly you can't talk to him yet. You have to reload the area. I don't know. Are the Kindred of Rot insectoid enough that, like, they have... I guess they're not really insects either. I was going to speculate if maybe they have like eusocial social structure or something. And maybe all the workers are female, but I don't know, that doesn't seem right. Forager Brood Cookbook 4 lets us craft the Holy Proof Pickled Liver. So I don't think we'll need to, because we can just use... But do we have... I think we can cast Lord's Divine Fortification, which is just better. But that would be the version you could use if you don't have the faith for that. This is my favorite Black Knight in the game. One who's just chilling here. And I killed him. I'm a monster. So the entire reason I set it to nighttime was to pick up the larval tears from the one set of spectral gravestones over to the west by the Church of whatever that was. Church of the Crusade. And this one over here. On this side, we are greeted not by Queenline, but by a bear friend. And not just this one. Martyr effigy means there's a boss fight right there. I craft a few sleep pots, which tend to work well against these bear enemies. Other than that, I think it's just our normal buffs. I've used my flask, so I have to go without that. My wondrous physic flask. That was disappointing. Totally whiffed my attack and got wrecked. The extra wrinkle that the great red bears have over regular boon bears is those earth-shaking attacks that you're supposed to jump over, and I still suck at jumping, although I did it well against Rellana. I did it there. Hooray. Not that time. Ouch. So, I will try to do better next time, but what I'm hoping to do is to make this go really smoothly, what I want to earn a stance break the old-fashioned way, and then take the crit, and then hit Ralva with a sleep pot to stun again, and that should get me a lot of damage really quickly. some nice damage from wing stance. Okay. Hello? Okay. Take our crit. And then we throw Sleep Pot. Ow. Restun. Sick. Alright, that wasn't so bad. And that's another 180,000. Same as beating Rellana, amazingly. Very cool. Got around blessing 7 now. Moving on up. I really don't have anything to spend my runes on, which is kind of a funny situation given how this DLC just showers you in runes. But I do plan to hold at level 150. I don't think I really need much more for the build that I'm using to work very, very well. Like, I could take dexterity to 80 or something, or pump a bunch of strength as well and make it a quality build. But I'm satisfied where I am, and I think it's cool to stop at 150 to be at a level that is commonly used for PvP if I ever wanted to do that, which I never have. Let me just check. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to get away with using wing stance, especially with Rellana's cameo's delay against this furnace golem, but I'll give it a shot. And if I can, it should give me some really amazing damage output, which is important because furnace golems are basically a damage race. Although, before we do that, I'm going to craft a couple... I should have the materials for this. I'm going to craft a couple... No, just one, I guess. I will craft one hefty furnace pot. Because my plan A is to just deal a ton of damage and knock it down to 50% and then take the crit to get the kill. But if I'm in a situation where I get the critical hit on the furnace golem and he's still fairly healthy, what you can do is, like, you can't throw furnace pots into their baskets while they're down and kill them, but after you crit them and they're rising up, then they're vulnerable in the heads again, and you can throw furnace pots in the top and do another 33% damage that way. So if I don't get the kill on the crit, I can mount up and ride around and then throw a furnace pot in to help me out. Use my buffs now. These will wear off well before I'm finished, but they can help a bit. I'm not very good at the timing for the double, like the two-footed flame stomp that the furnace golems do. But I have found some success using the invincibility frames from Mountain Torrent for that part. But I was too late that time. This worked out really well. And I think I can really abuse wing stance here. Oh yeah, this is so easy. Because when you spam the R1 with the stance, you get the 45%. If you got Rellana's cameos buff on the first one, you keep it for the entire chain. So, yeah, that was not hard at all. Very cool. Tons and tons of damage. Alrighty. Next step. I don't have to kill this Black Knight, but poor guy's already damaged, so I might as well put him out of his misery. And I might get some stuff. Oh, no such luck. There was a statue here. Now there's not. That's why there's a Scadutree fragment. Oh, the one-shot kill. Nice. I haven't really been using shields much, but shout out to the Mesmer Soldier shield for being really pretty. Just a simple, all-black round shield. Works great with the Confessor armor. Pro tip. And it's the only round shield, I think, that gives you 100% physical negation. Pretty sure that's true. Normally you have to go to a kite shield or eater shield or better. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Milady is really fun. This is the recipe for Golden Bow. Right here. There's a special event that happens when you approach the Shadow Keep. We're not going to go there just yet, although it wouldn't really mess anything up if we did. I'll come back to that in just a bit. What I am going to do right now is explore this part of the camp up here with all the perfumers. Even the regular light attack chain is so satisfying. Ash of War Rolling Sparks is a skill for the perfume bottle weapons. And I believe that was the one that was really, really broken when the DLC first came out. Sadly, I was way too late to the party to ever enjoy perfume bottle supremacy. But I think that was the skill that made them really good. And I totally missed out. Okay, that's that part of the camp cleared, and we're also going to clear out the other half on the west side. Because there's a new weapon to pick up over there. I just want to see how my frenzy spells are doing. Not bad. Almost killed people with Flamer Frenzy. So I think I've talked about like how I have my equipment set up before, but I have the Frenzy Flame Seal in my right hand and the Godslayer Seal in my left hand because the Frenzied Flame Seal has more incantation scaling due to my stat spread. But for weapon buffs like Electrify Armament, the only thing that matters is the Faith scaling on your Sacred Seal. And the Frenzied Flame Seal has terrible Faith scaling, whereas the Godslayer Seal is a pure Faith scaling seal, so it's much better for weapon buffs. For soldiers got hands, man. I have been killed by these guys more times than I care to admit. So sick. So this guy always drops the Black Steel Twin Blade. That's how you get it. Which is another cool weapon. I think we got the Black Steel Great Hammer before. So this is similar in that it has strength and dex and faith scaling all at once, but is infusible. So you can you could make it, say, an int faith weapon by putting magic affinity on it or cold, or like if you've got one of the, I think the coolest thing you can do is if you can cast Order's Blade, you can do something like a strength faith build with a little bit of int. So you've got, and you make this heavy, so you max out your strength scaling, and then you've got a bunch of faith investment, and you can increase the power of Order's Blade, which stacks on top of the holy damage. So you've got big physical damage and big holy damage, which works really well with some of the skills that you can apply on Twin Blades, like big multi-hit skills. Don't know if I'll try that out for this build. It's not really designed for that, but I could run it. Make it keen, maybe. But that's, so what we've done is we just cleared this upper part of the highlands here in Shadow Altus. Now I'm going to go back to that one grace by the top of the waterfalls around Castellensis, because there's another secret area down there where you again drop down the cliff sides. If you go this way and descend down to Fog Rift Fort, and it is absolutely insane that this is the only way to get in here. Who designed this place, man? Fun thing you can do, though. I see fire barrels. That means if I can re-aim this, right? Nice. 3 kills. Possibly even freer if you have a bow with some fire arrows like they just conveniently gave to me. You know what? Let's do some bow gameplay. I don't think I've upgraded a single bow. Wait, that didn't... I know there's a guy in here. That didn't hurt him? Or that guy? Same. Any more victims available? Oh, there's one. Oh, and him. Or not. Oh, good, there's another one. I hurry. Nope, too late. Okay, there you had it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your Elden Ring bow gameplay for the year. Yay, 2 range? Yes, that's right, Chris. Honestly, I think bows are more powerful in Fire Emblem than they are in Elden Ring. Controversial take, I know. Ah, don't tongue me. It's Garu's signature move. He's got a frog tongue. Sadly, there's no Ash of War aspects of the Crucible tongue or whatever. We did get aspects of the Crucible. Oh, no, we haven't. No, I didn't go the Court of Reprimand yet. This is our first Black Knight boss. Goodbye, Guru. Black Steel, Great Shield. I believe that has a similar deal. It scales with strength, dex, and faith, but is infusible. The Missing Sea fan says, I think my first FE being Birthright maybe gave me a skewed view of bows. It probably did. That's understandable. They are not very good in that game. It's such a crying shame that they don't even give you a shining bow to use on Sakura or any priestess. So lame. But is it Sakura or Sakura? Where's the emphasis? I don't know. I don't speak Japanese. The Arrow's Soaring Sting Talisman combines the other 2 arrow talismans, the one that gives more distance and the one that gives more damage. It stacks with one of those, but not both. I think it stacks with the other damage one, but I could be wrong. Never used it. this another bow moment? Bowment, if you will? Yes, indeed. Okay. Come on. Here, boy. Come here. Stop throwing fire pots at me. You ruined it. Flame. Ah, the running R2 straight into the R1 combo. It's so sick. Wait. Hold on. More bow gameplay, maybe? Aw, there aren't a bunch of fire barrels conveniently placed for this, but... I mean, spellcasting gameplay? Oh, riveting stuff. Kill. Okay. We'll stop that now. We've got company. Oh, that guy got owned by his own teammate. Serpent Flail. I've never tried this, but I've heard it's really, really good, actually. Fire damage flail. I don't remember if it's the skill that's supposed to be good or if there's something else about it. But surprisingly strong for pretty weak weapon type. Although I guess we've discovered on this stream that I've fallen in love with our Night Rider flail for mounted combat at least. It's so good at that. Cookbook is for the hefty oil pot. For those fire levers. I don't love the idea of fighting fairly against these guys at their elevation, so I'm going to try to snipe them with Frenzied Burst. we're back on the Grayside Plain. We could have come over this way earlier before going through Castellensis, but you can't get to the upper level here with the bridge and the cookbook and everything until you drop down from above, so I saved it for later. Well, I guess I will go kill these guys. Because there's a corpse there for me to loot. Oh, they're not close enough to those barrels for more bow gameplay. Sad. Alright, goodbye. Purple. Oh, lavender. Hello, funny little guys. For whatever reason, there are shadow equivalents of the vulgar militiamen. They're not different from the base game ones, other than the armor they wear. Same weapons and everything. They're just here to be funny little guys. Once again. And throw poop pots at you and all that. I look like I have a really fucked up mustache. That can't be comfortable. Lucina crit you, Devin. I'm so sorry. He's pretty fierce as an enemy. Even kills her own father sometimes. Oh, it's nice that I can one-shot those imps. So this is our first Catacomb dungeon of the DLC. There are 3, I think. And they're all way more complex than the Catacombs from the base game. They usually have multiple traps, and they're just a lot bigger, and a much more intense affair than before. I mostly like them, although they're a little bit exhausting. Ooh, I got the Lizard Greatsword. That's new. That one, I think it has unique strong attack. Yeah, where there's a projectile that launches from the lizard's mouth. I've never used this. Maybe I should. Devin, you want to try Lunatic Plus someday, but you're so busy. No, I totally get it. Honestly, I think knowing what I know now about Awakening, I think Lunatic could be a really, really fun game mode. But I think I mean, I find Lunatic Plus fun too, but it's just in a different way. But I think the harder difficulties of Awakening really are a big time sink because I'm gonna get killed by this one imp, aren't I? Yeah, they're very challenging. And you have to adapt a lot. They don't play consistently in the way that Fates does. You have to really figure things out on the fly a lot of the time. What did I pick up in here? Ancient Dragon Knights Cookbook 1. Red Lightning Pot. It's a stronger version of the lightning pots from the base game. Instead of going down there, I'm going to climb on top of this spike trap. Cross over. Eli says, "Hey Zoran, still have to catch up on your other streams, so I'm just popping in to say that I'm so glad you're continuing this run. You're a big reason I love this game so much." I'm surprised to hear that, but I'm very touched to hear it. I'm glad it helps you enjoy the game. That's awesome. Bookerbot says, "Ambush spawns make me like Awakening a lot less. Not a fan of the mechanic that encourages turtling." That's fair enough. I'm not a real fan of it myself. Like, it is true that the game warns you about them and everything, but what I wish for is not so much that you wouldn't have ambush spawns that could attack at the turn they summon, or they're summoned, but if there was just some indicator on screen to tell you what's the extent of their range, I think that would be a really helpful way to help cope with them without letting you just preempt everything they do. I thought this guy might turn around, but maybe he doesn't. Oh, he's got a friend. That's why. The Mesmer soldiers are strong. You find Indigo hilarious. The dude shows up with a killing edge to try to show off, but with Liv as a mom with her stats, unless he has a high strength dad, those crits ain't doing jack. Yeah. That's one of the places where I feel like Awakening really falls down on the gameplay story integration is the fact that the kids don't scale, even though their paralogs do. Like, you can understand, oh, they're not really like re-promoted units, or at least most of them aren't, because they came from a ruined future where they didn't get proper training and everything. I can understand that, but the fact that they are pathetic against most of the enemies in their chapters is kind of disappointing, given that, you know, they are survivors and warriors from their ruined future, and you would expect them to do a little bit better. So I am a big fan of the way Fates does the kids instead. Well, not from a story perspective, but mechanically. I feel like I have to qualify that. Having to rescue Severa multiple times makes you question her survivor status. True. He is shockingly dumb in that paralogue. I wonder where the imp went that was shooting at us from up there. I guess he dropped down at some point. So Dragon Bolt Grease is the lightning version of the Royal Magic Grease, 120 lightning damage, which is a little bit worse by 21 points than our Electrify Armament spell. I didn't even know these mages had swords. Fun. Here's a fun room. You got one of those sorcerers at the far end who's casting those nail spells at you. And then you've got these safe alcoves on the side, but at least one of them has an imp to ambush you because the game is nice like that. I'm going to drop down this hole first. I could kill those slimes for HP and FP regeneration, but that seems like way too much effort. I think they're most vulnerable to fire, but I don't have fire stuff on me right now. Well, I do, but not equipped. Electro Charge is a body buff. I believe it... I think it makes you shrouded in electricity. What does it do exactly? While charged, electric shocks will strike the area several times, charging increases potency. Seems like a weird one. Does it just cast electric pulses around you every few seconds or something like that? This is back to room. This is the room right before the giant hall with the sorcerer at the end, so we're back. And this time we'll go all the way across. Just really screwed that up. Hey, time for yet another secret. You climb on top of this spike trap and ride it like an elevator. Get Ashabor Blink Bolt, a lightning skill, and extra secret, send it back down, ride it on top, and you can cross over this way to get to a hidden altar with Stone Sheath Sword, which is kind of a mini quest thing. It's really bad, although it does have, like, in terms of damage and everything, but it does have a unique attribute in that it is the only straight sword with strike damage. So if you want to use square off and you want to deal strike damage, this is your weapon of choice. Now this says a sword that none can pull from its scabbard of cracked stone, but we just pulled it, so I don't know what that means. Said to have served a ritual purpose at altars of light and darkness. The mechanic is, I believe, whichever of the 3 altars you go to first is the one that will have the Stone Sheath Sword in it. And then normally it's this, the altar of light is the one at Rao, Ancient Ruins of Rao, and the one for darkness is at Recluse's River. But if you go to one of the other altars besides this one first, then whichever one would normally be at that altar you visited first will be here instead. Okay, this is the final elevator down to the boss. Knight's Lightning Spear immediately. The Death Knights are pretty cool enemies. I like the design a lot. And they got some neat weapons. The scary thing that they do is when they get enraged at like half health, they do this like grab attack, like that one, and if you don't dodge it, they heal up to full and deal a bunch of damage to you. So you basically reset the fight. Sucks. got knocked out of my wing stance. God, milady rules. Death Knight's Twin Axes. That comes with a special version of Blink Bolt, unique to these. And we also got the Crimson Amber Medallion. Boost maximum HP by the utmost. Cool. What game would you like to see a remake of if they ever do it? Actually, wouldn't it be against an FF? You mean FE8 remake? Or Final Fantasy 8 remake? Devin. I would just be happy with a Genealogy remake if we're talking about Fire Emblem, because I've never played Genealogy and I would love to experience it, but modernized. Final Fantasy VIII. I've never played a single Final Fantasy, so I really can't comment on that. Not even the new ones. Okay. I mean, what I've seen clips of the Final Fantasy VII remake, and it looks like a pretty cool RPG, I guess. But I know like nothing about it, or how the gameplay works, or anything. Anyway, so we just cleared the Fogrift Fort and the Fogrift Catacombs and the entire western half of Shadow Altus, basically. And now we're going to come up the east side by the alternate route up to Shadow Altus, the one that doesn't go through Castle Insis. Which means we're going to go down in this valley next to the Ruined Forge lava intake. Speaking of Square Enix, though, I did see the Octopath announcement. Wait, were they calling it Octopath 3 or something else? I don't remember. But that seems pretty cool. I didn't play Octopath Traveler 2, which apparently is a dramatic improvement over the original game, but I did play Octopath Traveler 1. And had a good time with that. FF7 Rebirth is welcome to minigame hell. Okay. The festive grease that we just picked up is one of the funnier items in the game. The benefit you get from it is I don't think it does any damage or anything. It just makes it so that your attacks generate runes when you hit with it. So I guess I'll just show that off in a second. It's not a lot of runes, so to me this just seems like a joke item. Octopath Zero. That's what it was. Cool. Alright, now I've got a festive milady. And I get 25 runes per hit. And only proc every few seconds. If it was like 250, maybe we'd be talking. Even that's not very much in the DLC, though. Hell, 2,500, why not? You don't think you'll get it because you... Are you... Okay. I thought you were saying you played COTC. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see how... You know, how people feel about it when it comes out. But I'm cautiously optimistic for Octopath Zero. It'd be pretty fun. Talisman of the Dread enhances magma attacks. So, another toy for the fire builds to play with alongside things like the hefty oil pots. This ghost says, "O Bale, tyrant Drake, do your wounds yet ache?" Hey, it rhymed. "Is your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Hurry, hurry, and lay it all to waste. Lay waste to the proud, the conceited, every last one of that arrogant lot." I don't know why he wants to lay waste to everyone. This is a hornsent, and you can see by all the horns. So maybe he's calling on Bale to kill the soldiers of Mesmer and all of America's troops. I don't know. This is our first encounter with the sealed spirit spring mechanic. It's pretty much a big nothing. You just have to go and find a cairn of stones piled up somewhere and then break it. You can also cheat that by just using any of the shackles, margits, or Mohgs, similar to how they hit other interactive objects in the world with a giant 0 damage hitbox. They work on those stone cairns, so they can break those for you too. Which, I mean, doesn't even really matter for anything, because it's not hard to find the triggers, regardless. Except the very last one in Ancient Ruins of Ra, where it takes a little bit longer to get to the sealing stones if you don't use one of the shackles, but it really doesn't make a difference or anything other than speedruns. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Ooh, 4 more smithing stones, 8. I already had plenty of those for all my needs, but thank you, game. This is another baffling case of having 2 graces 20 yards apart. These guys really get stun locked by Wings Dance. That's so sad for them. Oh, wow. Poor Edred. At least he got to show off aspects of the Crucible Wings once. That's tough, buddy. I'm just looking over at Ancient Ruins of Rao for a sec. Admiring the view once again. I think... Is that... I was wondering if you might be able to see down into the abyss below and make out Midra's manse, but not as far as I can tell. But you can see that furnace golem, which I believe is the one at the end of Elak River. Yeah, it should be. The one that's like over here. Now we can craft our very own Fasted Grease. Hooray! What's it? What is in that recipe anyway? I wonder. What do I have to spend for the privilege of gaining 25 runes on every hit? You really have to... Oh my god, they want you to use Blessed Bone Shards for that? Oof. You can use those on Golden Vow. It's way better. The Flame Drake +3. And then we have... We got the Spell Drake and the Flame Drake. So we're still missing Bolt Drake and Allig Drake as the enhanced defensive talismans. I'm not running one of the defensive talismans, but I do strongly recommend them. I think having Dragon Crest Great Shield for most purposes is such a huge help in the DLC, as opposed to doing a pure damage boosting talisman setup like I'm running right now. I wish that Omen Killer was farmable for those 3 Blessed Bone Shards, but he's not. I think he respawns but doesn't drop them again. We're not totally finished. There's one more thing to grab in here, but I want to go tag this Site of Grace first. Into the garbage chute, flyboy. America's Rune is a big 80,000 rune item. But we also got the Iris of Occultation, which says, place on the eye of another to deny them light in all its forms. Interestingly, you can use this as a rune arc too. So in the DLC, you get 2 Irises of Occultation and 2 Irises of Grace. And you can use either option, Occultation or Grace, to resolve 2 different NPC quest lines. So you'll be left with 2 remaining if you if you collect everything and then you use 2 of them to resolve the quest. So I wouldn't recommend using these before you're ready to finish the quest, but you can. The Iris of Occultation is worse as a consumable item than the Iris of Grace, because using one of these will take away all the runes you have. So if I were to use this right now, I'd lose like 900,000 runes. But the Iris of Grace doesn't do that. I wonder what that pillar might be. Part of me wants to see how long I can hold on to all these runes without spending them. When will I finally lose them all? I use lightning armament or electrify armament there because I'm going to fight some of Dr. Versions. And as we've seen before, lightning attacks are really effective against them because just 5 lightning hits will stun them. Awesome. Here's our second blessing, America, the super elixir that we're never going to use because what if I need it later? You know how it goes. And next up, we've got yet another boss, technically. For this one, I'm going to switch to the Inseparable Sword. I should have... yeah, got some daggers with my skills. So I want dagger with Sacred Order and the straight sword section. Another tap. Our next opponent is another Ghost Flame Dragon, but this one's kind of a fun encounter because it's here fighting a whole bunch of Black Knights and Mesmer soldiers and perfumers, and you can just let them fight each other for a while. The unfair part about this whole thing is the soldiers will tend to attack you and not the dragon whenever they get the opportunity. So it doesn't really feel like you're teaming up against the dragon. It's like everyone's teaming up against you. I almost died. I did die. Wow. Thanks, dragon. I was just trying to bring everyone over to attack you. No hard feelings. Okay, let's try that again. That's more like it. See what I mean? An archer shooting at me, not the giant dragon running around. Crazy. Mr. Black Knight. Really appreciate that. Headshot. Now, I think, actually, if you just leave this area, the enemies will all despawn, because they're only here for the boss fight. Like if you reload the area, I mean. But I'll try to clear them out anyway. The repeating crossbow is not the one that takes like 10 bolts to fire, is it? Second sealed spirit spring. As I said, it's really not that hard to find the cairns that are sealing them. This one's just behind this rock formation over here, guarded by some bats. This is Greybird Land. There's tons of them up here for some reason. What was fun was fighting those on my Faith Arcane character. I was just like spamming dragon breaths at all of them, melting them with dragon fire. Gotta recommend the Dragon Communion spellcaster build. It's, if you've never really used those before, a really cool way to play. Dragon Maw trivializes so many bosses, it's insane. Oh, can't get the loot. Maybe. Nope. Nope, it's gonna float there forever. Sad. Scadutree fragment, 3 Empyrean blood virgins, and I abandoned here my eye. Ouch. This location's a little bit odd to me because the crosses are meant to mark the places where Miquella has traveled. I don't really know what he was doing coming up here. Just really wanted a view of Jagged Peak, maybe. Because otherwise, there's not a lot in this direction. He must not have been reading the guide. Wait, I meant to increase my Scadutree blessing. I'll stop and do it. Level 8. Just for fun, we can go down without using the Spirit Spring. How novel. So as you can see, the enemies have not respawned at this campsite. Hate when the scarabs run away into a crowd of enemies. It's gonna be weird. Kill me, everyone. Okay, well that could have gone worse. So I don't want that scarab that's hanging there to disappear. I think the play is to lure the enemies out, fight them separately, and then go kill that. No idea how that hit, but I guess it did. That's Castle Incis again. So I guess we could have spotted this forager from up there, but the drop down from those blockways is lethal, so you can't just skip over here. Forager Brood Cookbook 1 gives us spellproof pickled liver for our magic resistance needs. Welcome to the Ruined Forge of Starfall Past. Our second Ruined Forge dungeon. Don't know if Milady's really going to be the best choice for this location, but we'll make do for now. Mostly I'm worried about how it's going to perform against the golem smiths. Watch what happens to this misbegotten down there. When I pull this lever, it'll open a pathway, and he should run through, and then he will probably get rinsed by magma here. There he goes. And he's dead. Sucks to suck. can fly. Neat trick. There's another golem smith with a cauldron on his head behind that rubble over there, and the sign on the ground will tell us the same advice as the previous ruined forge. Hit them where they're weakest. So, as before, we will try to get behind them, but sometimes that's not as easy as it sounds. If you can land one strong attack with most reasonable sized weapons from behind, you will stun them. Which is nice, but otherwise they're both very damaging and very resistant to damage. And they turn around really fast. And I took a bad angle when he did that lunging attack, so it didn't count as hitting from behind. I was dead for sure. Oh, well, that could have gone better. Try harder next time. Like that. That was a better fight. This next room contains everyone's favorite character, the golem smith who's petting a magma tier. I'm going to upset everyone by turning them against each other. Because you can use crystal darts on the golem smiths, just like with the Urge Reburial Watchdogs and the other constructs, and make them go berserk. It doesn't work in a room where there's only one golem smith, but if there are other enemies around, they could theoretically help you. However, I have found that making the golem smiths go berserk is not that effective. At least not against the magma tiers. If you can make them fight each other, that's good. We survived. I guess there was no reason for me to go kill that thing. I just wanted to. Because I am a murder hobo. We picked up the smithing talisman, which enhances weapon throwing attacks. So that includes some of the new weapons in the DLC that launch themselves, like the Smith's Grip Spear, for example. And also, I think what was it called? The Forked Greatsword or the Lizard Greatsword? I think it was Lizard Greatsword that we picked up from that random drop from in the Catacombs. So now we're in a new room. Drop down here. I can stay on the upper level, which is important. Sick. The heavy attack with wing stance. If I line it up right after a crit, I can knock him down again. Good to know. Okay, so staying up here lets us use this lever, which opens the pathway to the northwest there. In this room, there's no actual need for us to fight the two golem smiths, but it is funny. Also very dangerous, granted. I just wish the crystal darts lasted longer, because it's only like 30 seconds, and these enemies move so slow, move and attack so slowly that it doesn't actually buy you that much time, where they will fight and damage each other. Me around you. No. Okay. all that effort. Oh, we got a drop. Smithing Stone 5. That's our reward for fighting all the golem smiths. Hooray. As opposed to just running in, taking the loot, and leaving. But we're not done here. If we pull this lever, we can ride up on top of this gate as it closes, and that brings us up to a different part of the second floor here that we couldn't reach from elsewhere. Where we can reach the altar, finally. Legendary Ancient Meteoric Ore Greatsword. Unfortunately, that's a Strength Arcane weapon. I have heard amazing stuff about this, but we are not statted to use it, unfortunately. I'm equipping some sleep pots because I'm going to fight some crayfish in a second, and those might help me out. Oh, look at the sky. What a view. Not now, misbegotten. Just look at that. This game is so pretty sometimes. Anyhow, on with business. Almost killed with 2 light wing stances. Try to sneak up on this Black Knight. Oh, I got ganked. Oh, we got him back. It's really weird to me that the jumping heavy is a 2-hit attack. It's cool, but just... it's so unusual. Does any other weapon type do that? Hey Val, this is a really unknown indie game. You probably haven't heard of it. It's called Elden Ring, and it's a pretty cool thing. Like they made this big open world with like really challenging bosses and these totally unique gameplay systems where your money and your experience are the same pool. And what happens is if you die anywhere in the world, including in a boss fight, you respawn at other checkpoints elsewhere, and you have to run back and pick up your money / experience that you dropped. And if you don't pick it up and then you die again, then you don't recover whatever money you dropped the first time. So the challenge is when you die, you're incentivized to come back and try again as opposed to just running away. Which is a really interesting dynamic with the whole open world thing where you can theoretically run anywhere, I think. Did the Scadutree fight? We did. I'd rather than hear the flesh of my body. Okay. We talked to this guy, he doesn't say anything. You know, honestly, Moore has his hat tilted down so much that I never even bothered looking at his face. My very first time checking. Huh. You know what's stupid? When I was doing that, I actually literally leaned down in real life as if to look up under his hat. Yeah, so talking to Moore does nothing. What you're supposed to do, like the Monk's Missive says, is use the May the Best Win gesture, which is here. And by doing this, you are challenging him to a duel. This is so stupid against NPCs. That's just not fair. Didn't even get to attack. Did I say Moore? I meant Dane. That's his name. Moore is the armor guy. Dryleaf Dane. So he drops his hat, and he also drops his hand-to-hand arts, the Dryleaf arts, which are, I believe, the lightest weapon that you can infuse with weapons with that. Yeah, the lightest infusible weapon, which is valuable if, for example, you want to carry around a weapon to hold Golden Bow. You can put that on the Dryleaf arts, and it will cost you a little bit less weight than a dagger, because it's only 1 point of weight as opposed to 1.5 on daggers. It also comes with Palm Blast, which Dane was trying to do at the very end of the fight before I killed him, which charges up for a few seconds and then does a big blast of energy out of your fist when you thrust it forward. Hey Atlas, good to see you again. Yeah, it's only been, what, a little over a week since the last stream. I love that I love that that counts as a new stream so fast, given my usual schedule. But like I said in the last stream, yeah, I'm hoping to finish the Elden Ring run in maybe 3 or 4 more streams. I think it's doable. I'd like to get it done and dusted. And then who knows, maybe in 2 years I'll come back and do level 1 or something. What was the last stream? Last time was the Awakening Lunatic Plus Chapter 1 stream. The second edition. I think based on the results from that, there will probably be a third edition sometime soonish. Perhaps with Chapter 2 as well. I happen to already know that there's a Curse Blade hiding right here. Play my cards right. Sneak up on him. And destroy him with Wing Stance, maybe? No, not quite. Should have done the light combo into the heavy, maybe. That's pretty sick, though. You think I could do it in 2 to 3 streams? Well, depending on how long they run and how much I struggle on Consort Radon, I think that's going to be the big pain point, I imagine. Whoa. Just completely whiffing. Oh, I got his ankle guards. Okay, so it is possible to descend in this pit here in the middle of the village, but I'm not going to go that way just yet. I'm going to keep exploring what we can on this geographic level, I suppose you might call it. There's not much left here in Shadow Altus, but if you go north of Morth Ruins, after I exterminate all these Shadow Undead, you can find a cave that leads to the lower part of the ancient ruins of Rao. I'm afraid I have to disagree. I know from experience that Consort Radon can compete with my Might Resolve. I watch people compete in things like Elden Ring Bingo, and they just kill them on the first try because they practice so much, and I'm nowhere near that level. Heal from Afar is one of the silliest spells in the DLC, I've got to say, because it's basically just better than Great Heal, the one I have equipped now. Costs the same amount of FP, can be used at range to heal allies from a distance if you want. It can also be just aimed straight at the ground to heal yourself. And does more healing than Great Heal. And the animation's faster too. So we will swap that out. Once we get to a site of grace. What's the faith requirement? Not high enough to be a problem. What is it? Heal from afar, 18. Great heal requires 15. Hello, Forager buddy. You have given me the opaline pickled liver recipe. I don't really understand what the point of the opaline buffs, like the all element resistance, but less than a specific element resistance buffs is supposed to be, because there's... I mean, I guess there are enemies like Rellana where it could theoretically be useful, but it's so rare that you fight enemies who deal multiple different elements of damage. I guess Consort Radahn does too, technically, but there's only like one fire attack, right? It just seems so specific and just worse than getting like 60% damage reduction from one specific damage type. Great birds have poison? That's fun. Ouch. Killed by graybirds, how embarrassing. Those die like instantly to Sacred Blade too. Hey buddy. Wrong place, wrong time, I'm sorry. For you to die. Or I can lose my 1.3 million runes, that works too. Great birds and Ennerilum are mad annoying. I can't disagree. Luckily they... Well... Yeah. They're annoying. But luckily it's a pretty short segment that you have to deal with. It's not like there's a ton of them. So many birds. The worst part is we were so close to another site of grace. I like that Milady's light attack moveset on horseback is pretty fast and has a bunch of sweeping hits, so that's useful. The heavy attacks on horseback seem kind of awkward to me, though. Your one death in the DLC so far is from exploding barrels. That's just comedy. You gotta appreciate that. Light attack follow-up from jumping R2 is so fast. Crazy. You use the Fire Misericord for crits? Smart. I might do that if it weren't for the fact that having to cycle... Like, I already have another right-hand slot occupied with my Frenzied Flame Seal, and having to cycle through 3 things is just obnoxious. Is the lady going to be your main weapon from here on? I don't know. What other stuff have we picked up lately? I guess we could wield the Mesmer Soldier Spear. Oh, great. Get some great spear action. But, I'm trying to think. No, I don't expect it to be my main for the entire thing. There's some new dex weapons that I'd like to try out, like the Claws and the Sword of Night. And a few other things. So definitely I'm going to swap it out, at least for them. But I think they'll be my main weapon for most of this segment. So Taylor's Ruined Forge is the last of our 3 Ruined Forge dungeons. It is... I don't know if I'd call it the most complex. It's the one I find the most challenging. If you're going to fight things. You don't have to fight anything in these dungeons, so you can just run through and pick things up and be fine, I suppose. I didn't know which side he was on. However, judging by the performance of Wing Stance against NPCs, I think it might... Milady might stick around as our anti-NPC weapon, at the very least. Although I'm sure there's other cool skills we can use that work just as well. You use the Buckthorn NPCs? Ah, Perry Man. I respect it. I believe that's the last of the Smithscript weapons. We just got the axe and the great hammer. These are technically int faith weapons. They require 11 int and 11 faith across the board, but they're infusible too, so you can put other skills on them. I think all of them allow other skills. From what I've heard, I think only this great hammer is actually kind of decent with its throwing moveset. So, like, I don't think I've really tried any of the Smithscript weapons, and I won't on this character because I don't have any int. But apparently they're not very good in terms of damage, sadly. They didn't want the ranged heavy attacks to be strong. What Great Rune am I using? It's Rykard's. This golem throws hands. The throwable golem fists are a droppable item. You can loot them from the golems that have them. I don't know if they're any good or not. Not sure. Across the way we can see a hallway. We'll go there next. So I should turn my lantern on. Another funny golem. cutting his larval tier. Sorry, friend. Hell yeah, no hit a Golem Smith. The hardest challenge in all of Elden Ring. Chat, first try. Oh my god. Did you see the 2 Tarnished Edition classes? I've heard about them. Did they announce like like I know one of them's supposed to have a Milady, other one's like a heavy armor guy. Did they actually give any specifics on the stats yet? Because I'm curious about that. Your screenshots showcasing stats, yeah. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. Or, I mean, if you can post them, I'd be glad to read them. So what we did was we just turned the giant pipe in the middle of this forge so that it slants the other way. And that gives us access to the shrine. But before we go there, I'm gonna clear out some stuff in this area. Once again, we get a multi-golem fight. I'm going to buff up for this one, too. They're both super optimized. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, do they have, like, 5 in something? I just feel it would be a little bit lame if the DLC classes just outperform everything in terms of the best stat spreads at a given level. Heavy Knight has 7 int, faith, and mine, and 9 in arcane. Okay, that's stupid. I mean, -7 in the magic stats? What does he have, like 20 strength? Get everything? I think I did. That's shield too, right? Yep. Oh, that was the last Smithscript weapon. The Smithscript shield is actually good too. It's a ridiculously tiny FP cost, and enemies are terrible at dodging its attack. Okay, chat, now it's time for the hardest platforming challenge in the whole game. Making the jump back to the pipe from here. When the camera moves on you, and shit. I lived. Nothing happened. Try again. Who decided it was okay to make... Who decided it was okay to make the camera shift like that? I have to run all the way back just to retrieve my runes. Okay, what about the Milady class? What does that have? I have to pull the lever here to make the pipe go back so that I can then climb back to where I was when I died. Knight of Ides has 8 int, 11 faith, 6 arc. Oh my god, that's even more disgusting. That's... well... yeah, so that's a better int faith character. I assume it has a bunch of decks or something. But that totally outclasses Vagabond as like a mixed int faith guy, or just like basically any class as a faith plus weapons build, I assume. Yikes. Would only result in you having slightly more mind at the end. I mean, slightly more mind is an underrated thing to have. How much mind do I have? I think it's 23, right? Yeah, to have 137, which is 2 points more than you need to cast. Oh, I forgot to change out heal from afar. I should try to remember that. But enough to cast heal from afar or great heal 3 times. dare Blood Fiend curse me. Oh, you dropped the Sacred Spear, though. Thank you. So much loot. Almost got comboed to death by a Blood Fiend. Ouch. This isn't good. Okay, no wonder he's so tough. Got new moves. Are the Blood Fiends meant to be the originators of Mohg's blood magic? They've got the blood flame attacks, and I don't think they learned from Mohg. Trying to remember what the Pearl Shield Talisman does. Boost non-physical damage negation while guarding. That crit do 20,000 damage? Wow. Map. Drow Ruins. Now we found most of the DLC maps. Some stuff in the southeast left. This area annoys me a little bit because we're coming up here for a boss fight now, but we'll have to come back later to pick up another item. And I wish you could get it at this point, but cannot. Have to progress the story first. Cannot outspam me, Red Bear. Nice try. It's almost appallingly easy. I don't plan to use the bear claws of any kind. They're intended to be more strength weapons than dex weapons, and I don't like their moveset very much. Need to go up this way. Okay, where's my spirit spring? Over here. Poor old Temple Town. Same fate as every other town in this game. That's disappointing. I can't quite one-shot them with my light attacks when they're aware of me. a way to get onto this? Oh, you can't just drop to this level. I was curious if it's possible to get to this floor without using torrent. Apparently it is. I've always just mounted up and double jumped back up there from here. Buffing up because there's a horned warrior that will want to fight just ahead. Before we get the talisman from this area, which is actually a really good one. This is the two-handed sword talisman, which increases damage when you're two-handing a weapon by, I can't remember if it's 10 or 15%. I want to say 10, but it's pretty hefty. The only caveat with that is that this never works with weapon skills. There are no weapon skill attacks that count as being two-handed while you're doing them. So, it's not really compatible with things like wing stance. Although it does work great with Milady's regular attack chains. Okay. Since we got that extra Scadutree fragment from the ruins, we should be able to raise our Scadutree blessing to 10. Which is very nice. Along the river here, Scorpion River, is our first encounter with the Magenta Kindred of Rot. These, like the ones in the base game, are not friendly. Like our pest friends, been working with more, so we can kill them just fine. This secret area has a second legendary spirit ash in the DLC. I think it's the one of only two. The first one was Telu the Golemsmith from Telu's Ruined Forge. And then here we've got Divine Bird Warrior Ornis. What I wish is that we got a spirit ash for one of the Divine Beast Warriors, because that would be sick. But no, that would be too much fun, I suppose. The Greybird's Black Quill armor is basically an upgrade to the Raptor's Black Feathers from the base game. It also has the jump attack damage bonus. but has, I think, slightly more poise and slightly less weight, and is otherwise basically equivalent. I don't like the look as much as the Raptor's Black Feathers, unfortunately, but it is better. I'm going to try my luck using the Flame of Frenzy on these Kindred Rot. An okay job. And their friends are blind. Okay, not bad. Antiquity Scholars Cookbook 1. That lets us craft, I think it's the Fire Sprite? Yeah, Fire Sprite Stones. Which are consumables you can throw that bounce around, doing fire damage to the things they hit. I don't think I've ever seen anyone really use them, but they exist. Of preserving boluses, that's convenient. Ash of War, the poison flower blooms twice. Is a really cool skill. You do this like jumping dive kick thing, and when you hit the enemies with it, it inflicts Scarlet Rot buildup. Also, if the enemy is currently suffering from poison or Scarlet Rot, it detonates that. So it ends the status effect, but it does a big damage burst. Just such a nice, like, fun concept for a skill. Really cool to play with. I think it's especially neat on something like the Anspur Rapier, which has innate Scarlet Rot buildup, so you can put a poison affinity on, so it naturally inflicts both poison and Scarlet Rot, and then you can detonate either status effect with the poison flower blooms twice. Our sleep pots, and let's craft several more of them. I also want to set the time to night. I can get another larval tier. So, once upon a time, the hardest Runebear Gauntlet in the game was in the Consecrated Snowfield. This area might be harder. And to be clear, there's really no reason to fight the rune bears. They're really difficult and dangerous, and they don't give good rewards. Sometimes you just do it for the challenge, you know? Also, you can check out their big piles of shit. Horn-strewn excrement. Shot. The elusive rune bear. No hit. Sweet. All for one beast blood. Okay, 2 down, and I think 2 more rune bears to go, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think this is it. I'm definitely going to use my sleep pots here because there are 2 of them in close proximity, and I don't want to fight them both at the same time. Don't tell me that hit. Not hit. That's annoying. Seriously? That didn't tick long enough either? Okay. Oh, the other one didn't follow. That was kind of a waste. Oh well. At least I get to use my buffs again in peace. Okay, all rune bears down. Now we get to loot their rock pile here. That was actually kind of practice because we are fighting the other red bear, actual red bear boss, not the NPC named red bear, over here as well. I go, I think it's, oh, okay, loot this corpse. Another armor set. And over this way, there's a martyr effigy. And East of that. Somewhere on the ground here, I should find Freya's summoning sign. Oh, here it is. Hello, Redmane Freya. We welcome you back. Thanks for helping us against that divine beast. Dancing lion. Okay, boss time again. This one is... We fought Ralva, right? So this one's Rugalea. It's... Thanks for not getting grabbed, Freya. However, you're making it a lot harder to hit Rugalea with my attacks. Can't hit anything. Ugh. Ooh, stance break. Nice. Time again. Nice stance break. Goodbye, Freya. Thanks for the help. Get the Roar of Rugalea, which is, I believe the description says it's jokingly called the Bear Communion incantation. I don't think that spell's very good. I haven't tried it, from what I've heard. That's a funny notion. Got a larval tier. I believe there's some loot over here on the world's biggest dung pile. This is where we get our lovely hefty fetid pot. How appropriate. And then down at the river here, Scorpion River finally has some spider scorpions for us. Fly. That's new. More Shadow Militiamen. They just appear in front of every Catacomb in the DLC, basically. And I think that's the only places where they show up. Oh, I got a saw. Nice. Probably already had one. Talk to the ghost. This is a Mesmer soldier again, looks like. It says, "Stop! Avert your gaze from me. I beg, look away. Ah!" Oh, that's nice. That's a clue about the mechanic in this dungeon, where there are statues with eyes that inflict deathblight when they have line of sight to you. They're kind of annoying, but really not that big of an obstacle. I will equip my rejuvenating boluses, just in case. Another big mouth imp. This is a higher level region, so we can't kill them as quickly as before, sadly. So there's our first Deathblight statue to deal with. Unless you have really awful resistance to Deathblight, it's not too hard to run across and not die. Down the hall. Come out. There we are. I'm not going to go in there yet. We'll come back to that room a different way. So down the stairs over here. There's blood on the floor, which means a spike trap above. Over here, if we drop down, we get to fight some basilisks, everyone's favorite enemy. I guess they're keeping up the Deathblight theme at least. Shit. Nope. Ah. I rolled the wrong way and got stuck in the hallway. Alright, gotta run back. Ooh, I got an item drop. Fork tongue hatchet. Now I can spray fire too. How lovely. Alright, chat, let's try that one more time. Frenzied Burst. It's not very good. Oh, double kill. It was sick. Ah, revenge. Best served cold, or so I hear. One advantage of coming through this way is not only do you get the loot from down in that pit with the basilisks, but you also get to sneak up on this him, stab him from behind, and then drop in on this one. This room. So this is the room that I was going to come back to later. You drop in from above. Went too far forward and stood under the trap. I got smushed. I wonder if I can get the Mesmer soldiers to run under the spike trap. That would be really funny. I think I can. Yep. Poor guy. So, kill the Black Knight, and we get the Spirit Ash Black Knight Captain Hugh. I don't know if he has anything special, like, was it Andreas and Yaru? I think we fought, but apparently this is Andreas' son. They all died. All the spike trap back down, up on top, and I can get up to some loot over here. Here's the next Deathbite statue. You can mostly avoid this one by taking advantage of the spike traps, again, riding this one up. So we're out of its line of sight. We get the Lion Imped. And we can ride it down to get behind the light statue. Which also gives us the maybe the best incantation in the whole game. Knight's Lightning Spear. It's the upgrade to Lightning Spear. It does a ton of damage. And it's lightning, which is probably the best elemental damage type once you have access to it. And yeah, it's pretty sick. I think we do have... No, I don't have enough faith to use that, sadly. Now we're on the other side of the bridge from the statue, so we're all done in that room and we can just move on. This time the Deathblight eyes move. They only face one way, so if you run down the hallway while they're going the other direction, you're fine. But funnily enough, I think they're less of a problem than the previous iterations of that Deathblight gimmick. This room's fearsome new foe is a giant big mouth imp around the corner. I'm going to try to rush him down and not get blasted, because if I do get hit by his cannon, I might get killed. I might get stun locked and killed. Alright. This sorcerer is going to be really annoying if I leave him alone, so I'm going to snipe him with Frenzied Burst. He summons nail sorceries out of the ground. You're anywhere in this room. It's like impossible to avoid them. Fire breathing is annoying. I suppose I didn't have to fight those basilisks at all. I could have just picked up the Great Coastal of Ward and climbed right back up this ladder. There's nothing on the other side of them. Okay, and now the last iteration of the Deathblight Eye Trap. Another hallway. With moving ones. On Goblin, you think the sword has a sick moveset? I totally agree. I think just about everyone does. The lady is really fun to play with. Ancient Dragonite's Cookbook 2 gives us the Dragon Bolt grease recipe, so there's our lightning grease. This is the platform that sorcerer was on. Now we're up there. Okay, we made it through. Time for the boss, which is the other Death Knight. This one's the long-halved axe one, I believe. Flask, regen, amplify armament. Golden Vow. Black Fang's Protection. And let's two-hand, let's go in. One thing I haven't shown is it's possible to backstab these Death Knights, and in fact you can main backstab them. I think it's kind of boring to do that, but you can. Oh, okay, knocked him out of his grab move. Good, that was really scary. And we're through. Not bad at all. Hello, Godwin. This is your fourth face. Enjoy the Land of Shadow. I wish we learned more about you, other than these 2 dungeons. Your hair's looking nice, though. Also, didn't I kill you? Or maybe I just killed your dragon. Okay, so now we've cleared all of Shadow Altus, at least this main part of it, and the Rao base area. So we're going to wrap up today's stream by heading into the Shadow Keep. I'm not going to do the main boss there, but we will make our way in and do a little bit of exploration. So it's time to go back to High Road Cross and check in with some of our NPC companions. Well, at least check in with Letta, and then we'll come back for our other NPC companions in a sec.
We are all utterly captivated by kindly Miquella. It is.
So now we can ask her about the Silent Monk.
Dane. He's been in the service of Miquella the Kind longer than I. He might be solemn of cheer, but is a fierce warrior nevertheless. There's no cause for concern. Dane's reluctance to speak to you is no fault of your own. We've been acquainted for quite some time, but even I am yet to hear his voice. Perhaps one day.
I don't remember. Does Dane talk in the final fight? You get to hear his voice then? Okay, I said before we weren't going to approach the Shadow Keep yet because it'll trigger an event. And this is that event. You hear the sound of something shattering. And a particle effect. Something golden broken. It says somewhere a great rune has broken. And so too has a powerful charm. And this note we just picked up says, keep fire pots well clear when the golem's furnace is ablaze, and never let me catch you with pots that produce flaming whirlwinds, for goodness sake. That's your official hint from the game that you should throw furnace pots into their baskets. Into the baskets of the furnace golems, that is. And all around this particular furnace golem's wreckage, there are these common soldiers. I believe these are the only ones who can drop extra furnace visages, but the drop rate's pretty high, so if you need more of them to craft more furnace pots, you can come back here and farm more of those. One more guy. I think there's one more. Yeah, here it is. One more furnace visage for the road. Okay, so having grabbed that, let's enter the keep. I want to activate the Site of Grace right away, but I'm not going to walk ahead into the next boss fight just yet, because now that the charm has been broken, I can go around and talk to a bunch of NPCs and advance their quests. So the first one to go to is Sir Ansbach, over by Belurat. Hello, sir.
Kindly Miquella has discarded his great rune. The fog that vexed my aging faculties has been lifted, and follies better left forgotten haunt me once again. Once, in an attempt to free Lord Mohg from his enchantment, I challenged tender Miquella, only to have my own heart rather artfully stolen. I knew not how weak I was. I believed that with sufficient mastery, even an Empyrean would be within reach of my blade. I could not have been more mistaken. Miquella the Kind is a monster, pure and radiant. He wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
Thanks for the intel, Ansbach. I totally respect you for going after Miquella and revenge for your master. I'm not worried about him seizing my heart, though. I'm built different.
Righteous tarnished. Miquella the Kind makes my blood run cold. I am loath to admit it. But even at this very instant, I wish to run very far away indeed.
I don't feel it. It's broken. Kind Miquella's light is gone. But I stand tall. Together,
Well,
we were...
sorry about Miquella's light more, but I got an even better light I can share with you. You want to, stare into my eyes a little bit?
I don't know what to do. Our mother abandoned her brood. She did not love us. We are her children. What should we do? Must we be sad forever?
That is a hard one. So you get three choices in this dialogue. Number one, put it behind you. Number two, remain sad forever. And number three, I don't know. The third one, I don't know, just puts off the decision. But what happens if you choose put it behind you is that more will show up in the final NPC fight of the DLC against you. If you say remain sad forever, then he will go off and die by one of his foragers. And that's not really a good idea for us right now, because I don't think you can get the rest of the cookbooks from the other foragers if he dies before you talk to them all, and we haven't visited at least one of them yet. I don't know if there's more than one more, but there's definitely at least one more. So if we wanted to do that, I would say, I don't know now, and then come back. But telling him to remain sad forever does make that boss fight later on easier. At the cost of potentially locking you out of Tialier's quest if you haven't done the steps that we've already done to get the black syrup and everything. Or rather, not Tialier's quest technically, but locking you out of an item you get from Tialier that can be used for a different quest over the Jagged Peak area. But I'm going to say put it behind you, and we will help Moore to overcome his sadness, and then we'll have to kill him later.
Maybe that's kindly Miquella's love. Love for all the unloved. Love to banish the pain. Oh.
So if I talk to Moore again, I can also get rewarded by him for healing up that forager with that warming stone. So he gives me another cookbook, which is the one that lets you make spirit raisins and charming branches. I don't remember what charming branches do. Charming branch. Oh, wait, is it? Is that an even better bewitching branch? Like an AoE bewitching branch? Huh. Okay, cool. Next up, our other NPC allies. We've got Redmane Freya back at the Three-Path Cross. Hello, Freya. Thanks for fighting with us again.
If you happen to see Lady Leda, tell her that I'm striking out on my own. Don't worry, I've no mind to cross any of you. The guidance of kind Miquella remains etched into my very flesh. It's only... there's something that I must know.
What do you intend to look into?
Kindly Miquella spoke of the vow he once made with General Radahn. And it is here the vow shall be honored. I am a Redmane. I must know the nature of the vow. I'll be out on my own for some time. There's something I must know.
What if you become our enemy?
There is no need for concern. I will be true to my word. Though I do feel a hint of regret. Lady Leda, Honorable Ansbach, and warriors like you are all of a special breed. How glorious it would have been had we met in battle as sworn enemies.
Indeed. Okay, next stop. Tialier over at the Pillar Path Cross.
Oh, are you not affected? Even with the spell broken, I'm feeling rather lost. Haunted by memories of St. Trina, her visage, her sen, the lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Miquella chasten me for falling for St. Trina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
Alright. We've already done what we need with the black syrup with Tialier, so we got Tialier's concoction before.
I'm feeling St. Trina.
So we don't need to do anything else with him. Over to High Road Cross with Leda and Hornsent.
intriguing. What remains there to be said? Do you presume us allies even now? Though Miquella's spell is newly broken, I must profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Miquella shall, and in godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then Marika and vilest Erdtree both will at last be from divinity wrenched. And surely, contented I will be. But first, clear resounds the call of vengeance. The Impaler, Mesmer, must pay his due. In vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the reckoning.
It's important. If you don't allow Hornsent to get his revenge, he will avenge himself upon you.
Oh, hello. Did you feel it? Miquella the Kind's enchantment appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Miquella remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving, those unfit to bask in tender Miquella's presence. I should have thought of this.
But I think you might be just a tiny little bit messed up in the head.
Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Miquella's side.
I can suggest Tialier as someone for her to go cull from the group, or the Hornsent, or make no suggestion. I'll say Tialier first.
Tialier. It's true. His devotion to St. Trina is plain to see. I fear his vows to Miquella the Kind are merely secondary. But for this very reason, Tialier is incapable of betrayal. St. Trina's love for kind Miquella is boundless. She is, after all, his other half. Or perhaps her feelings go beyond even that. Even if she was left behind, I doubt her heart would waver.
Okay.
Right. Those of us who... The hornsent.
About the Hornsent.
On one hand, he trusts Miquella the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Miquella's promise. On the other hand, the hornsent does present his own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well-founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you get 7
there
seconds.
You are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the hornsent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter. But vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Miquella the Kind. Kindly Miquella is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being, his lineage will always remain. I believe the hornsent suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Miquella's spell. He must have recognized something. The scent of the killer that slept within me. The stench of crusted blood. I will follow the hornsent. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
Right. Well, let's head back there. Shadowkeep main gate. Now, if we poke around in the room, we will find a couple of summon signs. One for our good pal Freya, who will fight alongside us for the 3rd time. I think that should be the most of anyone who does that in the DLC. You get Dancing Lion and Rugalea and the Golden Hippo. And we can also bring the hornsent along. Alright, squad. Blessings Boon. Electrify Armament. Golden Bow for the team. Black Flames Protection. Pink Blue. Two-hand, and let's go in. I suck against the Golden Hippo. I expect this to go badly, because I am terrible at dodging his grab. But we'll make it work. My teammates are doing work. Nice stance break. Probably not even worth taking the crit, actually. We just have the squad wail on him. Alright, teamwork makes the dream work. Aspects of the Crucible Thorns. Other aspects of the Crucible Incantation, which we're not using. I don't think any of the Crucible Incantations in the DLC are especially good, sadly. And here we meet the ghost of a Black Knight. No, such a thing is utterly inconceivable. Inconceivable! We have not been abandoned. Mesmer is the son of Queen Marika. Her grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. Sorry, buddy. So long, whatever loot that was. It's never coming back. Hey, more festive grease. How fun. Main Gauche is a parrying dagger. I don't think it has anything special about it, really. other than being the only weapon in the DLC that comes with parry. Or, like, there are no shields that come with a parry skill in the DLC, which is kind of weird. The archer looking at me? I can't even tell. He should be facing this direction. I'm surprised he's not shooting. But I think I can distract him with a kukri. Nice. Easy. Got a realm rune and nice extra golden bow, which I won't use because I have the spell. Jump down from here and go loot this corpse. It's the only way to get to it. And then down to this minor Erd tree, which is really interesting that there is one here. This is the main fortress of the Erd tree's forces. But the rest of the Land of Shadow is so dead that it feels very out of place. Well, I wouldn't say it's dead exactly, but because there are parts that have a lot of life to them, but there's no other minor Erd trees anywhere. The Talisman of Lord's Bestowal, I believe, makes it so you get increased poise when you're drinking a flask, so that you can't get staggered out of your recovery, basically. But that's, I think, all it does. So there are definitely more valuable things you can put in your talisman slots. Was cool. The piercing counterattack hit right in the middle of that spin attack he was trying to do. And Rellana's cameo, big damage. But climbing up this way lets us reach this door, which we can unlock to make a shortcut back to the dining room here. Though it's a pretty inconsequential shortcut, like a lot of shortcuts in this game. Because there's an even better shortcut, in this case, just around the corner here. Oh, I was wrong. There are more vulgar or shadow militiamen besides at the Catacombs, because there are some here in the Shadow Keep too. Forgot to come over and pick this up. Fully proof pickled liver. I think I have one of everything now. Pickled livers. So here's the bigger shortcut. You can come down here, bottom of these stairs, and open the door from this side, and that makes path back to the room with the golden hippo. Don't really need to rest right now, so I won't. But now the path is open for later. Still have full flasks and everything. Nice. All right, now we can follow up on what Letta was suggesting. We have an option here. We can either be summoned alongside Needle Knight Letta to invade the hornsent, or we can be summoned to assist hornsent. And you get different rewards depending on what you choose here. If you assist Letta, then hornsent dies, so his quest is over. You get his armor, you get his unique backhand blades, the falcks. But the armor and the falcks are available whenever you kill him, and you will eventually kill hornsent somewhere in the DLC. So the real unique reward is you get the lacerating cross tree talisman from Letta as a reward from her after the fight. And there's another talisman you get for a later fight when you assist Letta. And a bow that you can only... yeah, you have to assist Letta in order to get Ansbach's longbow later as well. So basically, assisting Letta in both fights gets you 2 talismans and Ansbach's longbow as unique rewards. The talismans are like one that increases running attack damage, I believe, and I forget what the other one does, but it's like rolling attacks. It's also possible to skip them both. Well, yeah, that's true. You can just not participate, and she'll eventually decide she doesn't have to kill hornsent. But the alternative to assisting Letta is to assist hornsent against Letta. That will give you the Ash of War Swift Slash for backhand blades. You'll still be able to summon hornsent against Mesmer later because he won't be dead. And if you fight Letta now, that means you won't be killing Ansbach, so you'll be able to get Ansbach's weapon and his incantation at the end of the DLC as well. So basically the breakdown is your best choices in terms of what rewards you get over the course of 2 playthroughs is to be consistent. So if you're going to assist Letta here, you should assist her again. Whereas if you don't assist Letta, you should assist hornsent in this fight, and then I guess there's not a decision point afterwards, but like the thing that makes it so you can't collect every reward, the reward that you missed in the second playthrough, is to assist Letta now and then to not assist her in the second fight. So if you're Team Letta, stay on Team Letta, I guess. Actually don't really know which one I... No, okay. I want to Since I don't want to kill Ansbach, I'm gonna be summoned to assist Hornsent here. And that means I'll miss out on the talismans from Leda, and I'll miss out on Ansbach's longbow, but I'll get the other rewards.
Worthy Hornsent, I will be close.
I'll let them duke it out amongst themselves for a moment, because I want to hear the
I
dialogue.
can no longer trust your word.
In the end, I knew this day would come. The nature of your kindness, I am certain, will always show itself. Give me time. I interfere not with my business. Sell it. What could your purpose possibly be? I do not recollect begging for help.
Have you been taken in to find the but hardly unexpected. Man is a
Oh,
You have bested me.
we interrupted
A
Leda's
single betrayal.
speech. Oh well.
Enough to turn.
Goodbye, Leda. We'll talk to you again at the end of the DLC.
But I will leave you for now.
Do not interfere. This is my revenge.
Okay, Swift Slash, and we get Leda's rune. It's worth like, okay, 40,000 runes. Miquella gifted Leda with gentle gold to bring a soft hue to her faded eyes. You'll see her when you help Ansbach. She won't invade Ansbach because we've defeated her now. This enemy is a Fire Knight, and they have some really cool weapons, especially if you have a little bit of faith investment or a lot of faith investment, because kind of like the Black Steel weapons, they have innate faith scaling and elemental bonuses to go with it, but it's fire instead of holy damage. Also, they're the only source of dropped, like, random drops of Smithing Stone 8s in the DLC. So if you come here early, as opposed to going to Humbling Fair Missoula and getting the last Smithing Stone Bell Bearing from the Godskin Duo, and so you can't just buy more Smithing Stone 8s, but you want to upgrade a bunch of weapons to maximum, you have to, well, you either have to farm the Fire Knights here in the DLC, or like go to Consecrated Snowfield and farm the miners in Yellow Annex Tunnel. Or maybe, I think there's like one other source. I forget where. Here we are in the Specimen Storehouse. This is a really cool room. I have some complaints about the way it's structured, but I'll talk about that later when we get, well, yeah, as we explore it. I know a lot of people think of the Shadowkeep as the very best dungeon in all of Elden Ring. I think it has a lot of merit, but in part because of my complaints about the way it's structured, I don't love it as much as some people do. It is pretty fun to play through, though. First thing we're going to do is not explore the Specimen Storehouse. I'm going to duck into this side path. So that I can go pick up an Iris of Grace in the western part of the Shadowkeep. Hey, Tal. Welcome to the stream. boy, jar innards, my favorite. Lawless Sparks is the other perfume bottle skill. I've literally never tried it. No commentary to offer whatsoever. There's the recipe for the Sun Warmth Stone. Again, I think it's just a better version of the Warming Stone. But you don't need that. The better Warming Stone for that one Forager quest, and that's about all of it. I think they're really important for it. Warming Stones, along with a bunch of other consumable items, are valuable options for if you get yourself in trouble and you're out of healing, you need to restore some HP in a dungeon or something. But I pretty much never think about using them. And I think that's true for just about every player. These jar innards are really damaging if you stand in their explosions. I don't think the ones in we've only done the one jail dungeon so far, right? I don't think the ones in there had that attack. Here's a boss jar innards. And summon. I don't know what that is. Boiling blood, boiling hot meat on the ground. A boss. It's not truly a boss, of course. But it's stronger than all the other jar innards in the game, I think. And she's dead. Right, there's our Iris of Grace. Like I said, you're allowed to use this as a rune arc. This one does not have a penalty. But of course, we're going to save that for quest purposes. At least for now. Run out here, we'll tag the Site of Grace, and then we'll never have to go through that jar innards gauntlet again. But running out this way towards the Ruins of Ra would be a bit premature, so back to the Storehouse. This time we're going vertical. Wonder what this critter was. Big ancestor spirit, I guess? Hello, my dude. What you doing up there? The Volga militiaman poisoned that shadow undead? His team killing? Yikes. Hi, Ansbach.
Righteous tarnished. It's been some time. After unburdening my soul to you, I had hoped to make a fresh start. But there was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind. So, here I am. Quite unable to move on. After Lord Mohg's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Miquella. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Mohg as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard, and losing sight of my vows. I'd do anything to make amends, in whatever meager way I can. What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Mohg's remains? The implications are rather unnerving.
Yeah. I hope you figured that out, Ansbach. I don't know. Do Fire Knights get destroyed by Wing Stance? Yes, they do. You locked yourself out of finishing Freya's quest because Ansbach disappeared before you could talk to him to help her out. I think that was a real issue on the original patch for the DLC, where like if you did like there are two different things you can talk to Ansbach about. One is like Freya's questioning, and the other one is the secret right scroll, I think it's called. And I believe if you did one before the other on the original patch, you actually couldn't talk to him about it, and he would just disappear before you could talk about Freya. Or whatever. I think that can still happen, maybe, but like you're allowed to talk to him while he's still there and suggest the other topic, so you don't lock out the dialogue right then. I understand being pissed. That would suck. Alright, Bolt Drake Talisman, and I'm gonna pull the lever to move this oh so clever bookcase doorway out of the way. So we're back to the main storehouse room. Right, now back to the second floor. Let's go explore that properly. Iron Knight's greatsword is no joke. Love the combos on this weapon. They're just so fun. What a moveset. Here's another new weapon type. The well, I guess it's not new because did we find the carrion thrusting sword already? I don't remember. Or carrion thrusting shield. No, that's elsewhere in the keep. Okay. So yeah, that's our first thrusting shield. Dueling shield. I haven't used the thrusting shields before, so I kind of want to try those out at some point, but not yet. Hey lad, good night. I abandon here my arm, dextral. No, he's a lefty. Right, so the Storehouse cross message gives us the clue for how to access the remaining part of the Shadow Keep that you can't get to from here. It's a message left by Sir Ansbach. It says, "It would seem that the people of the keep have flooded the holy quarter that leads onward to the Scadutree, barring access. However, there is no route that leads there from this storehouse. Perhaps there is another way to reach the holy quarter from somewhere else in this keep." And there is. It's just you have to enter from a different direction. I think Miquella's doing all right. Well, wonder how he's feeling with his great rune shattered. You think that hurts? I mean, it seems like when all the demigods seized the pieces of the Elden Ring, they kind of bound it to their own flesh, right? So the extraction process can't be fun. That was fun. Just dodge the fire attack with wing stance. And again. What an awesome skill. By the way, with the Tarnished Edition stuff, was there any more information about a release date or anything, or was it just that there were some footage or screenshots showing the new classes? No release date still? Sad. I don't know if I'd want to get the Tarnished Edition on Switch 2. There's something a little bit tempting about mobile Elden Ring. My laptop can also mostly run it, though. It's a little bit... It's not nearly as good as my main computer, but... so it's not a huge value thing, but it'd be the kind of thing I could easily take on trips and stuff, and would be pretty fun. Please don't kill me. I said please. What I get for talking. Chris, the thing I heard, I think the news about like things getting delayed for Switch 2 was in relation to Borderlands 4, right? They postponed that indefinitely because, I mean, they were already having performance problems on PC and PlayStation 5 and Xbox, whatever the hell it's called. So they decided it wasn't good enough the way it was running on Switch 2. I guess I probably will pick up Borderlands 4 at some point, because I've heard pretty good things about it, but I definitely want to wait for a few patches for the performance improvements, and also I think I might as well like wait for all the DLC to come out. DLC campaigns for Borderlands games have generally had a pretty good track record, which is nice. go upstairs first. And there we can meet Freya.
Oh, hello. I'm afraid I'm busy. A curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Okay. We'll go find him for you. What's this critter? Okay. What we're going to do is pull the lever here, and that will rearrange the specimens hanging around the specimen storehouse so that we can reach a new area. My complaint about this dungeon is that once you do this, there is no longer a way to climb from the first floor of the storehouse all the way up to here. We had to run up across the head of that lowest, like, human or humanoid one, the one that's like crucified on that arc down there. I guess it's a hornsent, giant hornsent or statue or something. We had to run up across its back and jump across its head to get to the 4th floor balcony. And once you pull this lever, it'll move away, and there's no longer any way to get up from the 2nd floor to the 4th floor. And I think that's lame.
Jumble.
Okay. We're gonna jump off this ledge and fight the bat down here. Because we can also loot Impenetrable Thorns, which was the infamously overpowered sorcery when the DLC first came out. They nerfed it a lot, so I don't think it's anywhere near as good as it used to be, sadly. Although I've heard it's still fairly respectable. Anyway, one thing that's a little bit curious about this location is I don't know if there's a way to get down without taking fall damage, but it's not a lethal fall. You have to drop off somewhere. Maybe you can go this way? Okay. Alternatively, maybe you can land in like this decoration on the wall, but I don't know how you could stick that. So, yeah. Drop down. So we're back at the 4th floor, Grace. Since I haven't rested, all the enemies should still be dead. But this time we'll go down this stairway and enter the tower from a different side. Where we can find the secret right scroll, which is what Ansbach needs. That says, a scroll made of white tree bark. If you can decipher the scroll, which describes the secret rite of the divine gateway said to be found at the tower enshrouded by shadow. Quote, a lord will usher in a god's return, and the lord's soul will require a vessel. Right, so from here, we're able to drop down to the second floor. Or I guess this is the third floor, I suppose. Now that we've moved the giant hornsent statue, we can pick up the Pearl Drake Talisman +3. And I'm going to get back to Ansbach, so I'll go the fast way. Over the railing. Hello, friend.
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Mohg's remains? The implications are rather unnerving. Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Mohg to gain entrance to the Land of Shadow were not enough. He plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Mohg's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid Tender Miquella fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better. Righteous Tarnished. You have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end. I am a warrior, but I've aged. I cannot afford to act hastily. Curse it all. I know my limits. I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly of it all.
Okay. So Ansbach had learned about the destiny of Mohg's body, but we also want to tell him about Freya.
Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true red mane she is, hardly troubled by the rot. Righteous Tarnished, could you please give this to Freya? Thanks to you, she too will have the answer she requires. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now.
Blood's just Wish.com version of Liza P. Makes you say that, Rag262. Letter for Freya. Fold it over so the contents cannot be read. Exactly. Alright, so we've got a couple different hints about where to go next. Of course, we could go back to Freya. We can climb to the top of the Shadowkeep after that and go take on Mesmer with Hornsent. But we also got that note from Ansbach saying that there's this whole wing of the Shadowkeep that we can't access right now. We have to find a different way in. That's what we're going to do next. So I'm going to teleport over to Morth Ruins, which is the way we have to go to approach the Shadowkeep from that side. And we'll have to check out that hole we saw in the middle of the ruins earlier. and make our way down. But that will be a task for next time. So, for those of you who stuck around this entire stream, that's really impressive. Thanks for watching. I'm glad to have you here. And yeah, we'll come back soon to do the church district, and then a little bit more exploration of Lands of Shadow. So have a good night, everyone. I'll see you then.